Hello, hello. How's everyone doing today? What am I gonna do with my life when you don't have to crochet anymore? You're gonna crochet some more. That's what's probably gonna happen. All right. So, I'm gonna have to do some time card work in a little bit, about an hour, but 5-gallon bunny bucket it is. There you go. But yeah, so more Phoenix Wright today. Stress level's been up, so throat feels a little weird, but we'll see how we do. I don't think I have any terribly weird characters I need to do. I just can't remember what I was doing for half of them. Okay, let's try something slightly different today. No, I don't like that, actually. I was gonna just use the stream live view that I have in OBS to play the game, because I haven't changed input settings on my screen, but I don't like that. Not one bit. No, sir, I don't like it. Here. Why so glum, chum? Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface. But no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there. Pretty much. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So this is where we turn it around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner. They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. Officer Marshall. Thought I'd come take a look, see how the trial's go. Looks like I'm late. Cosplay option? Oh, Nick! I mean... yeah, possibly. I need to trim my hair a little bit. Part of it's dead from the chlorine from the training a month ago. Can't find it now, though. Seems to be doing fine today. Maybe it's just been the weather that's been an issue. I don't know. I remember not liking Marshall, though. He's an interesting character right now, but I don't remember what it is. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? What is going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen the last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now, don't that just beat all? I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day, too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the awards ceremony that afternoon. Edgeworth's seen it too, I reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. Sometimes you gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee! Yeah. Fine ribs. Yes. How's it going, Scott? Still recovering? Oh, right. You got the vid, didn't you? Excuse me. One of my staff caught corona too. What do you know, Salix? That's exactly what I said. I'd like to resume? What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue and your lips are purple. You're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused. You're doubled over. Your back is bent. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Phoenix needs CPR. Well then, I believe it is time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that... This is unacceptable. It seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me, knock knock? Who is this? Who's there? God damn it. Oh, is that why... This is why Edgeworth is so on... What's with this guy? Strange stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? Ah, it's you. This man is the source of global warming. Oh, sorry I'm late, Uji. The roads were packed. It's just me. Long time no see, eh, Uji? How you been? Swim much these days? Hello. Oh, Uji. No, I've been so busy. Busy, smizzy, Uji, my boy. You have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Uji seems to be his nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? This man's sprites are simply amazing. Aha, so you're Wright-ho, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. That tie is a cross thing. Yeah. No, he's Slayer from, Guilty Gear. Thanks? Sorry about our little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly! Little worthy? Mr. Wright. You don't know the district chief of police? Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. You sure? Not a priest? This preoccupation with swimming makes me nervous. He's all about baptisms. Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just saying things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think that was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. On Little Worthy's car, no less. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's that? What's this? It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth. How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now wait a minute, Worthy. I'm telling you to wait, or didn't you hear me? Sorry, I missed that because I was reading chat. The switchblades are indeed illegal in California, but maybe not in Japanifornia. Actually, I think they're illegal in Japan too, so they would be here. San Fran, Tokyo. Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature is there. Miles Edgeworth. That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. So it is possible. This is kind of a major blunder. This kind of a major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. Ah! The court accepts this new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure. I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch in. If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yes, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point it at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Why does it make it so slow for me to open it? Maya would have opened it up and shanked at least 2 people by now. Gotta do the yoinky splinky. Wow, don't scare me like that. Hey, Notre Dame, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Notre Dame, please? How you doing today? Ah, right, you're playing Zisteria. I think I made that same joke. Your back is hurting. No. That's not good. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? And this dark red stain. Blood? Upper, middle, or lower? That is also a good question. Found at the crime scene, wrapped in a defendant's muffler. Small tag attached. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us? Standing in a Walmart bullpen for 8 hours a day, standing. And now it's taking a toll on your back. Yeah, that would do it. Wasn't it the chief of police Red called? Yes, but I didn't remember at the time Gant's title. About the split between the prosecutors and the police. And this knife. Sure thing. Not a problem. Not even a little one, really. He's so jovial. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department, see? What a mess. Compact socks. That might help. The time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. There was a murder at the police department? A detective? That's hush-hush information, Nudgy. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Bro, why the fuck are you smiling about someone being murdered? Dude probably owed him money. Then he'd be even more pissed because he's not getting that money. Order. Shit, you're right. He owed him money. Now he doesn't have to pay him back. Anyway, we at the department were all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department's situation. Well, Mr. Wright? 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. The chances of that are really slim. Scientifically speaking, of course. You keep using that word. Nope. No, I don't. I should get that one. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Objection! How's it going, Purple Lotus? Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Just chilling? Nice. Beer. How's it going, Quail? How you doing? Can we get a shout out for the nerdy Quail, please? Finishing up as mini Quail is going to take a nap. I see. By the way, guys, let's see. I can't play any of these games because of their nonsense by pulling out never before seen evidence. Yeah. That's fine. Adds to the drama. I meant to ask, because I changed around the sound settings a little bit. Is the sound still doubling up? Because I was noticing there was some weird... It was like a slight 1/10 of a second offset in a doubling of sound that was going on. So you can watch others and deal with it and enjoy the show. Watch others deal with it and enjoy the show. Yeah, there you go. Now you can't hear any of the clip or shout out audio? I think I know why. That one was too quiet. Let the hate flow. Let your hate flow through you. Also, Scott, are you ever gonna stream again? Come on, man. We'll do a collab stream as your first stream back. How about that? You may have pocket sand. Excuse me, special? Mm-hmm. Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else. Might that special thing be this little tag? Oh, sorry, Righto, but I can't say that now. Not that. We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the scene of the crime? That's quite a mystery. And like a mystery, it's wrapped in something. A muffler. It's a special knife because that's how you get to Goodman's heart. This knife was found on the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on in the department that I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto. Maybe there's something about the knife that will give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can, Righto. Evidence that links this knife to Detective Goodman. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. I should try presenting the piece of evidence that's had me stumped all this time. So, how are things down at the department? Something happened at the police department too, huh? Got a good look in your eyes there, Righto, my boy. Sharp, hungry. So, something did happen, and why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter. I understand. You were busy, what with Lana's case and all. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Udgy? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto. I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case. Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. How was the detective killed? How was he killed? Now that's the interesting part. It was what we in the forest call a stabbing. With a knife. A knife? That's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit. We're cooking now. It's a special knife because I think I already read that. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What do you mean? Smug scum energy. There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. Seems like I'm gonna have to press this a little bit harder. 5:15, but that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office. What? Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances? Coincidence? This is just my gut feeling, but I'd say there's a 0.001% chance of that happening. Chief Gant, please tell us more about the incident. How can you say there's no connection? How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, Righto. You understand? Try to understand, Righto. Well, if you can prove there's a connection, more power to you. Maybe there's something that ties the two murders together. Smug scum energy is like all the witnesses in these games. Yeah. Whatever it is, I'd better find it and get to the bottom of this. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife, what was it doing there? I'd better check this knife out. I know what I'm looking for. Wait a second. Ah, at last, an honest to goodness objection. This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Aha! And honest to goodness, what do you mean from Udgy? This is great. Severing his aortic chamber is what it was doing. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL92. And this is important. Why? Over here, we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7s 12 divided by 2? Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside. The printed name on the memo looks like that it's makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around and what do you get? 221 SL9. And that's when I stabbed him 37 times in the chest. Cops said he'd be sitting there like, yikes, that's a murder. Dude said Rose art was better than Crayola. Couldn't be helped. Aha. Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing written on the knife's tag. Dun dun dun. Order, order. Well, Chief. Well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto. I win? What game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. So this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice. Good show, Little Worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. Something happened at the police department too, huh? You got a good look in your eyes there, Righto. Sharp. Hungry. We've read this. What happened? What happened at the police department that day? We've seen this. I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested, that was quick. We've already been through this. So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. Evidence room? Wait a second. I've heard of that. The evidence room? Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? Oh yeah. This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. So there's a connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. Eh? You don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed. I got the rumblies in my tummy that only hands can fill. I apologize for art. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you had deduced right here. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet, and all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What? Really? Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. And yes, by the way, guys, remember, we are still collecting through this weekend, and a little bit past that. But this weekend is the last weekend I'll be streaming for us to be collecting money for the Trevor Project. We are $65 away from the $1,000 goal I set for this stream to hit by the end of the month. And if we hit that goal, I have to play Dark Souls 2. For the harder ending. Give me the victim's ID number. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 5842189. Well, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 882. I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? ID number of the victim at the police department, 5842189. Actually, It does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning... Has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you? It was Goodman. Witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just, I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with it, both guns blazing, like you always do. The police department, the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives, murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh, is it yours? No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. And this means what exactly? Excuse me. Huh? Wait. That ID number we just heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82... I've forgotten. You didn't even get the first number right. Again! The number that the chief of police gave us was 5842189. Oh, wait a second, right? What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh, sharp as a tack, righto. Sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet, a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department, in the evidence room, at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what we're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time? And in a completely different location. Yeah, pretty much. Have fun with that one. Order. Chief, what does this mean? No. What I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error, Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How dare... We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! This poor guy. Excuse me, but Mr. Edgeworth, is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of Chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. You don't mean him? According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me, he said that the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. We trained him wrong on purpose, as a joke. I am bleeding, making me the victor. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. Emma. No. Be better. In any case, this is a serious error. Gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But, sir, you could have submitted the report this morning to the court as evidence. Then I... No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy? What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit evidence until connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Righto over here. Good job, Righto, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. No. No! Edgeworth. You goofed. It seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors? You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened, if that's the last thing I do. It's okay, Edgy. Phoenix still loves you, but you're doing laundry all week. You'd better get results this time. Really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I'll grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, I hope, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Is that a reference to Von Karma? Very well. Court is adjourned. Pretty sure everything Von Karma has been a serious error in court. What with the forged evidence? Yeah. But from the judge's perspective, since he's only looking at things as they are presented as facts, Mr. Wright, so... what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see, what is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or at least try to, anyway. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. Okay. Prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum. Was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Why is Nightbot being so aggressive on that now? I mean, I appreciate it, but why? My sister? Erasing evidence at a crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminal testing fluid. Luminal? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink it. We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look. I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You have an extra pair of those things? To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press the A button to spray on it. Okay, let's find some bloodstains. I'm assuming this was... I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So this is a bloodstain? It's so... Ugh! Emma, you're shaking. It's just, this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Oh, okay, we'll definitely know this, we definitely know that this is a bloodstain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course? What's odd about this, scientifically? Your mount. The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, Look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have been a lot more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright, I'm going to mark up the floor plan when we find bloodstains, okay? See? I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Criminal testing fluid received from very proud-looking Emma Sky. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah. Feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? I guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Star, you only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from the security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Ah! I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon, but sometimes I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long they called me the cough-up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go? Fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... What do you think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman was the head detective on the case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from the case. Murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected. SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? We saw that last time. The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note. Could you take a look at this? You? Nope, does me no good. There's blood on the fucking phone. Why won't it let me interact with that? If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime? Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The whole of my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal gavel was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence, of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly, Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There's another side to the case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one holed up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Starr's old boyfriends, how many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Rookie. What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch. I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Steak lunch received from Miss Starr. Miss Starr? Officer Marshall, is he your... Are you his... Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now, he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Yeah, it's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose that makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. So the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk. Here it is. She's like a kid at an amusement park. Ooh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. Sure, kid. February 23rd, evidence room entrance, guard station. Most of the decor in this place. It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime. It sure seems that way. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is if this is a guard station, where is the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Texas. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says, recording. Maybe we could use the computer to check on who went in and out of here. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. Looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was this thing called? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? I know. A poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information for myself to myself for the time being. What a dick. What a dick. Yipes, those sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Encased in a cold, frigid shell, with spines pointing out in every direction. Just like her. I'm not sure I see the resemblance. It's more of an attitude thing than a physical similarity. That wasn't very scientific. The swinging door makes this place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say it'd be more of a yarg myself. Look, on the floor, a lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap? Here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. The evidence room is beyond the door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Okay, doesn't seem like there's anything else to examine here. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Please. Huh? What was that? One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh? You mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Emma kicked the puppy. She kicked the puppy. Poor Gumshoe. Alright. I'm going to go to BRB really quick because I have the ability to finish up the stuff I need to for time cards. So, I'll be right back. It shouldn't take too long.
Attention Target shoppers, we'll be closing in 15 minutes. It'll be 15 minutes. Please complete your purchases. Head to the front. Fuck you, I'm stealing all the mascara.
And to have the distractions of another agent who needs backup.
Forgive my interruption. I just wanted to say that I look forward to working with you, Agent Navarra. Also, excuse me, I've got to be briefed by Mr. Manderley.
I do not expect you to perform as well as Agent Herman, but the mission will require us to do more than frighten the NSF with our baggy coats that make us look bigger than we really are.
I am prepared to perform my duties.
For instance, not to be a man running into enemy lines without coordinated military assault.
No problem.
My vision is augmented. Oh! He just came screaming in, literally. Wait, did they just carry off my car?
He's cracked, he's cracked, he's cracked. Fucking working. Nice, dude.
Take the pain, you're fine.
Yeah, you fucking tap him with the shotgun?
I just tapped him with the shotgun. Straight headshot.
Jeez.
Nothing compared to Gale. Ow. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. You guys thinking what I'm thinking? Although I think that would kill me. Sit down. Did I do good? Give me my souls. Goodbye. Oh no, here he is.
We are the best static. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Okay,
Let's just watch it. Let's just watch it. Yeah, oh my god.
Another partner. He's on the floor.
No pit would be complete without a Freeman climbing out of it.
Wasn't expecting a jump scare.
Don't worry about what the guys are saying about health.
That's against protocol, Agent.
Is it now?
Else I'm sure you.
Hey, you can actually put there too.
Consumed piece by piece.
It's still floating. That's surprising, really. Nope, it's sinking.
Honestly, not the worst boss. That sucked, though.
Wait, who's dead? Okay, it's good. Again, I'm voting Gunji's 100%. I'm voting Gunji's 100%.
That was very sus of you.
No,
bro.
it's Necro. It's Necro.
Dude, if
No.
That was sus.
if Bug's dead, it's good.
Hello? Hello? Peekaboo. Oh no.
Box full of grenades. Oh, it's like Christmas.
Oh, scary, scary. Run away, run away, run away. Ring, ring. Hello? Who is it? Bullshit. Go away. Go away. Thank you, sir. Were there people in
Okay, listen, we should get our story straight, alright? If anyone asks...
Oh, there's many there.
No one's gonna ask, don't worry. But if
anyone asks, tell them as far as you know, the last time you checked, everyone looked pretty much alive. Alright?
No, they're
Not
dead.
Okay, almost there. On the other side of that wall.
Get your fucking bad out of here, you little bitch.
No. God damn it.
Ball taken. Ball dropped. Ball taken. Double kill. Triple kill.
Triple kill?
Kaleidoscope.
Kaleidoscope?
Necro, you had 2 health.
Game.
I had no reason to do it, I just wanted to. Whoa, whoa, calm down, please. Calm down, calm down.
Your father sent me. You alright?
I think. Maybe I have got. Ow! Where'd you come from? How? You're not here, are you? Oh, you are.
What are you still doing in a hunt?
I just killed the whole boss. On my own. No help. 'Cause I'm awesome. Please think I'm awesome. It's just about trying to extend too far in this area, because I don't know what I'm... Is that building breathing?
Chest of exotic skulls.
Nice. Whoops! How did I take almost no damage from that? Primal bond. Whoa!
Holy shit.
I'm a madman.
Attention target shoppers, we'll be closing in 15 minutes. It'll be 15 minutes. Please complete your purchases. Head to the front.
Fuck you, I'm stealing all the mascara.
And to have the distractions of another agent who needs backup.
Forgive my interruption. I just wanted to say that I look forward to working with you, Agent Navarra. Also, excuse me, I've got to be briefed by Mr. Manderley.
I do not expect you to perform as well as Agent Herman, but the mission will require us to do more than frighten the NSF with our baggy coats that make us look bigger than we really are.
I am prepared to perform my duties.
For instance, not to be a man running into enemy lines without coordinated military assault.
No problem.
My vision is augmented. Oh! came screaming in, literally.
Okay, I
Wait,
just
did
need
they
to use
just
the
carry
restroom
off
really
my
quick and then I'll
car?
be right back.
He's cracked, he's cracked, he's cracked. Fucking working. Nice, dude.
Take the pain. You're fine.
Damn, you fucking tap him with the shotgun?
I just tapped him with the shotgun. Straight headshot.
Jeez.
You're nothing compared to Gale. Ow. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. You guys thinking what I'm thinking? Although I think that would kill me. Sit down. Did I do good? Give me my souls. Goodbye. Oh no, here he is.
We are the best static. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Okay,
Let's
just gonna wait.
Let's just wait.
Wait.
Yeah, oh my
Not their partner. He's on the floor.
No pit would be complete without a Freeman climbing out of it.
Wasn't expecting a jump scare.
Don't worry about what the guys are saying about health.
That's against protocol, Agent.
Is it now?
Okay, sorry about that. You know, I'm thinking I might start using the monthly videos I put out for the BRB, because I do usually end up using the BRB photos pretty consistently. Or, yeah, I do end up using the BRB scene pretty consistently for things. So, it wouldn't be that unreasonable to actually use them, since I already make them once a month. And if I'm just not particularly pleased with one in a given month, I just run it for an extra month. But it would keep things a little more fresh. So we just broke his heart because Emma, being the selfish young girl that she is, told him he can't have the steak dinner. Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean you heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed in the at the police department? And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal in this to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch. Pronto. Standing around here is talking isn't going to fill my belly. Fair enough. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. Oh. Oh no, I think I know who the suspect is. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. February 23rd, Detention Center Visitors Room. Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Let's not go too far down that road right now. Things could just end up... things will just get confusing. Chat, who do we think the suspect is? What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me? A perpetrator? Leroy Jenkins. No, it's Meekins. I'd say I was the one perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. Hi. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but, Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meekins, so you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir. I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir. How should I say this? Wait, he isn't. Is he? You, Officer Meekins, you didn't... Did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? What? Now, this is an unexpected turn of events. This guard monitors the visitor's room. Seeing a fellow patrolman in here must make him worry about his own fate in life. No comments from the peanut gallery? Sir, I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir. Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room? That's right, sir. Evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Phoenix. We saw the evidence room and the guard station. We saw all the Western clothing and scenery. Why are you so surprised? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. Yow! What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand, just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as a perpetrator or a victim, sir, then label me as victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive, and well at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as stranger or total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him. Sir, I work in a tiny department, devoid of light or other creature comforts. And I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But, sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, tell me the truth, sir, when it happened. To tell the truth, sir, when it happened. When the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And next thing I knew, I was unconscious. Next thing you knew, you were, huh? Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. Ingredients: meat. She must mean beef. She must mean beef. She probably just wrote it generically. Yeah, let's hope so. Of course, as a scientist, I have to check what additives she used. Go to town. It says here, hours of sweat and labor. So that's why the sauce is so salty. Officer Meekins, this is for you. I'm scared of knives, sir. It's okay, I just wanted to ask you. That's it, sir. Last night, sir. That's the one. I was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir, and I was being peeled. On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir, but really sorry, but I have no idea what this is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir? It's food, Meekins. It's food. Meekins is food. He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. Takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Well, this place is as classy as today as it was yesterday. And I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. It makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Look, that patrolman is saluting that other guy. He must be a detective. Answer me. How many fingers do you see? I'm sorry. I don't know. Well, that's 20 for the left, but nowhere near that for the right. Get glasses, officer. That wasn't a salute. It was an eye test. They make a good pair. Detectives look pretty busy in there. Boo Badger is still writhing around today. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole department has been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. The unusual wanted posters are hanging up on the, the usual wanted posters are hanging up on the bulletin board here. Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911. Someone call IXII. You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human. She has a point. I always get excited when I see the police come to the police station. Why is that? It just feels like I've jumped into a movie. Huh? You know, with all the police and criminals. Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting. I'm pretty sure we've seen this conversation. Funny, I thought they were talking about the weather. Well, where should we begin? Well, isn't it obvious? We should start with, that thing. Mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man, Detective Goodman, be killed in 2 places simultaneously? Oh, well, you see? We should go investigate the police department. The evidence room, was it? I'm not very useful here, am I? No, you're being very helpful. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. Well, with all these rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair this past December. There was that business with him not reading that officer's report. About the killing at the police department, right. The chief of police was right about that, but I can't help but think someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth. It's about as red as a sports car can get. Yep, it's pretty red, alright. Thought it was found in Edgeworth's trunk. The lock to the trunk was broken too. So the question is, why did Miss Sky choose his car? So what model car is it? I think it's called a sedan or a coupe, something like that. Those are car types, Mr. Wright, not models. You're a guy? Aren't you, Mr. Wright? You're supposed to know these things. Oi. That's sexist. Maybe it's about time I got my driver's license. That's where we found the note. 221 SL9, the SL9 incident. A case that was due for transferal the day of the murder. And the detective in charge of the case was the victim. I wonder what kind of case the SL9 incident thing was. It's kind of hard to guess just knowing the case number. So this is the infamous oil drum. Well, no time like the present. I'll try to kick it over myself. Hiya! That's okay, don't cry. Alana Sky must be one strong woman. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. You don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears. No, my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What is she blabbering about? Hey, what did you just say? See, you can hear just fine. The phone's broken. So this is the famous divider. Sure helped us knock a hole in that testimony today. Come to think of it, this divider helped our case more than the actual witness. A great divider. An old chip off the parking block. It's just a wall, scientifically speaking. we got a reaction. There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room is pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something and planted their head right into these spines. I think that might be more painful than being murdered. This blood must be from when Lana... No, my sister isn't the murderer. But she did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime? And her right hand is bandaged. Hey, just whose side are you on? This has nothing to do with taking sides. So this means Lana's hand had blood on it. Just keeps getting worse. I think I'm stuck. I don't remember how to go. These up until 2 years ago. Back when you were the cop-up queen, right? We found this ID card here in this. Parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same ID as the man who was killed at the police department. That's impossible. Wish I could be so sure. A body with Edgeworth's knife stuck in it was found in Edgeworth's car. I think he owes me his gratitude. Gratitude? Why, if I had witnessed the crime, Mr. Edgeworth would have been the suspect. I wonder. Still, it's strange. Why didn't our chief prosecutor have her own murder weapon ready? Just going to exhaust all options because at this point I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, we've already done this in the broken knife. What a boring strap. What's wrong with it? Everyone has different tastes, you know? Here, check out mine. It's a pink princess strap. These are hard to come by, you know? I see the series is as popular as ever with the kids. There's no need to push this again. What's wrong? You look like I do during finals. Never mind, it's nothing. There's a small tag on the knife. It says SL92. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure, but it reminds me of a similar code. DL6? Maybe it's a case number. That's weird. What? I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. Maybe I should check the court record again. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey! That's it, sir. That's it. That's it. That's what? My head was blank until this very moment. But, sir, now I remember. I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I'd better pry into this one a little deeper. Crime details. Bum, 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 bum. Can you tell me what it is you do, remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a little lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room, and that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. Sir, I assure you, I was flustered, as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and I leaped at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you. My father's own words, sir. What happened then? Well, aye, sir. Everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Right. So, Officer Meekins, why is it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim whom he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I was going to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here? They told me that I had to be on, they told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't even remember the events clearly? No, the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out. It's there, it's me, it's on tape. And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No, thanks. I have my own. Well, I guess we'd better go check out the crime scene. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives' desk. It's Police Chief Gant. And you're sure this is all? Hmm? You know what it means if there is anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats. Under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered. Ha. Righto, my boy. How have you been? Swim much? Oh, Chief Gant. Reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? I don't know, guy's kind of intimidating presence. Very imposing. Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, Worthy? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boys since last year. You mean with the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having your top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right? Righto? Von Karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Well, wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they'd do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf, too, I mean. They're being the prosecutors, I assume? Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but what? That's what the evidences say. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, you can't give away. I can't give away all of our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets, can't stand them. But, you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier? Huh? You saw that? Whoops! I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. I was wondering, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, Righto. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find the guy who can't seem to sit still out there. The busy one. Guy who can't sit still? Does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Either him or the Dancing Blue Badger. Oops. Come on. I think this is why I remember not liking this case, is it doesn't have the same flow that the other cases did in this game. Wow, my mouth is watering. I can almost hear the sound of steak frying on the grill. No doubt it's all cold and tough by now. No, I'm sure it's delicious. Mister poured her heart into making this. As long as she didn't put any other organs in there. I'm older than Gumshoe now. I want to eat instant ramen now with this, in sadness with this fact in mind. Oh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the police, chief of police want you to do? See over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it out for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that, just in case. Half-written document dated 2/21 can only be submitted to Chief of Police. Should I really get back? I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Yeah, we should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Yeah, I need to know what step I need to do next. Because they keep saying, oh, we need to go check out the crime scene. How am I supposed to go check out the crime scene? I can't get past the door. The person who's supposed to let me in, I don't think is even here yet, and I don't know how to trigger him to get here. I assume he lets me in by giving him the steak dinner, but... What day am I on? Day 2, investigation. Nope, no guest access yet. Still have the steak lunch. Oh, there it is. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Now, righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? How many stories are left that I need to do? This is the last case in the first game, and then each of the following games has 5 cases, I believe. Huh? Heck, If anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. It just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you, here, you can borrow this. Huh? Hey, this is Detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir. It's an honor. Oh, excuse me. You just run along now. Run along and do your best now. Later, folks. Yes. It looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. The evidence room is behind that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha. The card reader is turned off. See? What is that security guard thinking? Imagine if Maya and Emma worked together. No. Howdy, partners. Well, well. What's making my Bambina sky so gray? Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here is my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeah, that card you got there on your chest? That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Hee-haw? Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if I could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy. I got no mind to tangle with you, hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us, hombres. Would you consider for some food? That smell. Reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this for my baby? Yeah, Miss Starr. What's this? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. Alright, Bambina. You win. Ask anything. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of the security room for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. Oh, that poor little doggy? Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of a crime. That broccoli is amazing. But he's a cowboy, so he has to hate vegetables. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We heard the name so many times, but no one tells us exactly what happened, or what actually happened. Ugh. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambino. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago, the day of our case. That's right, the evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambino, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. Yeah, security guard, you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. That's the card reader by the door. Card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. Hint, 420. Alright. So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you any more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that court record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's a way I can prove the court record's tied to the stabbing. Transferal. Sorry, but could you explain this whole transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence from the solved cases in this room. They're kept here under presiding detective supervision for 2 years. So, we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. That's what we call a transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed, forever, dead. Never to be reopened again, never to be reinvestigated. Now what happened? That happened to SL9 2 days ago. See this? This is the victim's ID card. One that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is 4842189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. Look, the 4th number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the whole world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I entered the evidence room, and I asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Meekins killed my voice. That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Meekins killed a lot of things. Alright, compadre. You win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. The ID card record was added to the court record. I think I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. It's quiet. The end of it. Investigation must be over here. Over here. So is this the evidence room? It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Oh, can't. Wow. Emma, did you just slap him? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So, is it true what I heard? Righto. Please do. Please. Do I look like a selfish man? Heck. If anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give him $50. No problem. So go ahead. Investigate that room to your heart's content. To your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. So, Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone $50? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. A boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room floor plans added to the court record. The corridor with handcuffs on it. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away? Hey, that's one of those profiles, human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. This place is stuffed with evidence, stuffed with dreams. I'm not sure about the dreams. It won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey, pal. It's a high-tech security around here. Our security is high-tech around here. Okay, why is this one? Oh, there's something sticking out of it. There's something sticking out of here. It looks like a shirt. Well, I guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. And you all making me out to be some kind of slop. I'm not responsible for evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot. But he doesn't tuck in the shirt under that trench coat either.
If you're gonna talk about someone, talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal.
Not apologizing. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here.
What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is. Ah, that's my personal pole. Never did get around to using it.
Yeah, I've seen that somewhere before.
Right, pal? That's a metal detector. The one that led to the solving of the case out on Gourd Lake, remember?
Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And... I don't think I've seen this one before.
Oh, that is a bug sweeper. I'm sure it will come in handy in solving some case sooner or later.
That cheap-looking box?
You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at the heart.
Fair. Fair. Well, what's this? Blood. It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? I should use a testing fluid to check it out. Look, this one's open. The red indicator light above the door is lit.
That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint.
Detective Goodman's locker.
Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it.
It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps?
There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there?
Another piece of the SL9 evidence. Take a closer look. What shape these pieces were in before it was broken. You want to try to put it back together?
Heh, good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place.
Aha!
Oh, last one. We're missing a piece.
Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too, in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Put these pieces together makes a jar. There are two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't that seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know? You mean that's online? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove added to the court record. What is the saw and paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Here, in the evidence room. Boss for the day. So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day? That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Okay. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, I am a detective after all. They give me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open? I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is the one, is with the inquiry committee right now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in the court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID cards? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yep, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coated with a fingerprint. I know that photo. So, the only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, zap, you get shock. And that's what happened when my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Evidence locker added to the court record. Wait, he opened this locker. Okay. Yes, Scott? Should you go hard in WoW or MapleStory? Well, we tried to get, you mean my brother playing MapleStory, and then we didn't. I knew it! This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter? What's the matter, detective? There. It's locked. It's mine. It's yours. Please. You have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. So, MapleStory it is. Oh wait, Jack's playing WoW. I think. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? You're playing on this server? Okay. This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? We were a detective. Oh. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. What about here? Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch the spot as if he fled out the door. It just might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminal testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief. Where do you get this, Emma? I was by mail order. Well, I'd better jot down this down on the floor plans. And yes, remember, we are still collecting money for the Trevor Project for the rest of this month. All 5 days of it that are left. We are just $65 away from the $1,000 goal that I had set at the start of the month, so that I would have to play Dark Souls 2 and go for the hard end. Detective Goodman's note and the switchblade knife. Red Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was for Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, 2 years ago. Kids going hardcore on something so cute is amusing. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Now that was a bloody violent case.
Violent. So it was a murder?
A serial killing.
A serial killer. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all.
But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him.
And this was 2 years ago?
That put Mr. Edgeworth right up in the spotlight. And started the rumor mill.
Rumors about forged evidence?
It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of SL9 incident scene.
So the switchblade knife.
The victim took the knife out of the locker.
The victim took the knife out of the locker himself?
You can't open the lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. If you can open it, I'll give you 50 cents.
No, the police department lacks faith in its lock system.
After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed after opening his locker. But at the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office.
Could you take a look at this? This is an ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing.
I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who... Wow!
What is it?
That second number.
It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe?
Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
The second number on this list. It belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
What? ID card record updated in the court record. Would Edgeworth have come into the evidence room?
Hey, pal. Look at the time.
Was there something you needed to be, going to?
It's just Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon.
Oh, God, that's...
I'm going to give them my report for the day. Might help, you know?
Report? You mean the note written on the back of the flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems?
Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him.
Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe?
I'm off, pal. Later.
Oh, Gumshoe, why did I give you such a difficult voice? I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. Sorry. February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Ah, guests. My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. Is the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Oh, by the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. Inquiry Committee, tomorrow's trial. So, how'd the Inquiry Committee go? Actually, they decided to not treat this as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times, ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you? Why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still, well, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Oh, right, I'd better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Well, why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. A chief of police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. Wait a minute. Is that the screwdriver from Mia's case? I think it's a screwdriver from Mia's case.
Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Gant's request. It was only half a year ago, so it would have been when Phoenix was doing things, I think. Stubborn as always. I told you, this man has nothing to do, or this has nothing to do with the current case. Right. Please, I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea, just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you to know in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get a reaction out of him. Oh, whoops, accidentally skipped something that actually was a thing. It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in? You are a man who revived the worst memory. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. You must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Stop being a drama queen. Phoenix didn't do that. You did that. Actually, his mentor did that. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was Deputy Chief of Police at the time, Damon Gant. Now, wacky old Coot was involved in the case 2 years ago, too, then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why Deputy Chief of Police was... why was a Deputy Chief of Police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and that killer was executed. Wait, you didn't... Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, Chief Prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science? Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminal testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Someone talking about... Is someone talking about me? My ears are burning. Achoo. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Okay. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere.
Okay, first. Huh. February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, in this blood, on the detective's evidence locker. Let's just use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose a finger that will have left behind the clearest print. I can't tell the difference in a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. It looks like there's a smudge there. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With the A button, see? Looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With the X button. Exciting, I know. Imagine you blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. Just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. Guess I'd better give it a try. Aha! You did it! You found one! But it looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does this mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. Seems like there are other fingerprints on the outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. Fingerprinting is not this precise. Yay! The print's so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet. This is quite the process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I can make a pretty good guess. The handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would most likely find on this evidence locker? looks like Gumshoe. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess it's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. This is where we get the luminal fluid reaction, right? Right, there was a handprint here. Okay, want to try using this? Check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area where the blood was wiped away. We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Could be there? Yeah. Or there. Hey, these fingerprints, they... Whose are they? Whose? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? Officer Marshall's fingerprints were added to the court record. That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime? Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminal reaction. Blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped bloodstain. But why would Officer Marshall? Looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Poor girl thought it was all fun and games, and now we're accusing her idol. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana. Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It sounds as Mr. Wright suspects. The
police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regrets, I am as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky. We found trace evidence of a person in the police department's evidence room. They belonged to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact? That's a trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. February 24th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, its body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are gonna get wild from the get-go. Hello, Meekins. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I'm Officer Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir.
So you're telling us you're a professional killer?
Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I never killed it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir.
Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is...
Sir, what would you call part of the younger generation, sir? I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions, adults can't possibly comprehend.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Sir, help me, sir.
Oh god, he's infectious. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir.
Jesus.
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Although it was not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. Suddenly, I was attacked. I fought for my life, and then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Stop that. Stop that. There we go. Okay. Hold it. Mr. Meekins, you work in General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of that crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. That was to ensure that it wasn't broken in the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? In order to enter the evidence room, you needed an ID card, am I right? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is, I found it. It's this one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir, it's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh. But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went in to go get him after everything settled down. I see. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Data added to ID card record. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then? Well, he hit me, with me charging in on him like that. He looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That was when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... God damn it, Phoenix. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the good type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife?
I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see. He must have been desperate. Next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir. After that, I passed out until the flashback away. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke him up, woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came to, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins. With regards to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The Chief delivered it? What is that? Videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. This is the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the evidence of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using the word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Well, thank God it's not actually a snuff film, so... Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that's it, right?
We're not dead. Sound off.
Platinum Missouri, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How's everyone doing?
Azure raid, surrender and be assimilated, please and thanks. Can we get a shout out for the raid? How was stream? How are you?
Alright, folks, we're gonna practice walking. Come on. Okay, there we go. We're walking backwards, and we're stuck. Why are we stuck?
The great.
God, this joystick is just messed.
Also,
oh
Ocarina of Time?
Alright, well, quick plays out the window. We're going slow.
I wonder if they got stuck behind ads. Stream was delightful, thanks. And yeah, that clip was from Ocarina of Time. Nice. Well, I'm glad you had fun with the stream. Nope, just slow tapping. No worries. I'm never sure, because it seems like whenever I raid, there's never ads, at least for the raid. But sometimes people are long response time. But it's also, you're coming off of a stream, so killing the stream, maybe closing the program, all that. I get it. What is the Great Ace Attorney on, actually? Is that the one with Sherlock Holmes? Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're raising money for the Trevor Project this month. There's only 4 days left in the month, and we'll be streaming for 3 of those. GAA is the one with Sherlock Holmes. Now it's available on... Oh, sweet. I might have to pick that up, because I do enjoy these games. I don't enjoy the voices I keep giving the characters, because... Oh, God. Some of these characters are murder on my voice. I had problems with Von Karma. Water is important. Yeah, so, tell me a little about yourself. Tell me about how you found the stream, too. I'm guessing it was because of the game. Nightbot double posting it. Oh, thanks for the follow.
He just came screaming in,
also,
literally.
do you prefer Platinum, Plat, Azure? And actually... Let me return the favor. There we are. Platinum, Plat, and Azure are all fine. Okay. I like Azure, honestly. So that's probably the one I'll go with. But yes, tell me a little bit about yourself. What do you usually play on stream? Seems like you're variety like me. But oh God, it's getting warm here. I might need to open the door, but I don't want to disturb neighbors. Let's see. We have to talk about the undulating piece of plywood. Most of the games with stories, mainly JRPGs. Right on, right on. You also play electric bass. Ooh. And very rarely do some electric bass on stream. As you might be able to see. Here, let me go to a guitar. I have not practiced it as much as I would like to. And unfortunately, I'm not very good at it as a result. But the plan is to eventually get to the point where I can. And actually play it on stream occasionally as well. So... Glad to find kindred spirit on this platform. Love bass. A lot of my friends, and I agree with them, say it is a underappreciated instrument and is the one instrument you will always notice when it's missing. There we go. Found the stream through the category. Nice. This game has weirdly enough been bringing people in, and I'm okay with that if they're finding me through this game. Because at least it's an entertaining stream more so than like when I'm playing Dark Souls and people are just like, yes, rage for us, be the salt. Let's see. So, sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Sure, found a great video of iconic metal riffs with and without bass. Oh, shh. I always forget that. Ugh. Bought a stream deck so it'd be easier to do, and still forget. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Video security video added to the court record. Not that it could be useful. Oh. Stomach, hold it together. But yeah, iconic metal riffs with and without bass. That would... Oh, that sounds interesting. Stream Deck, heck yeah, I have one as well. Have a ridiculous amount of setup and teardown automated on it. It's one of the best investments I've ever... Yes, it's amazing. I'm still a little fresh to it and haven't bothered to set a whole bunch of things up. But like I've got a soundboard that I've been running on it.
Excellent. Such devastation.
Yeah, so I've got a variety of sounds from some of my favorite games and movies and stuff like that on here, and then set it up with chat commands and then scene changes, but that's all very basic stuff. Need to set up a soundboard. It's actually pretty easy to do with the software. All you have to do is have the... It was not my intention. So I see you are also a... player of Final Fantasy 14? Hopefully, yes? Yes, well, anyway. Oh, geez, my voice is going out on him. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room, and some sort of, activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Very casually. Yeah, I played not so casually. I was raiding in the last expansion and had to call it quits in this expansion because it was just too much stress. Yeah. Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. The sprite work in this game. I love it. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. On ARR 2. Postgame 2.x, been finding it hard to keep going. Heaven's Ward is worth it. ARR, very slow, I will admit. And they have considered having just like a summary you could play through, but they haven't been able to figure out how to do it effectively, I think. Yeah. After you get through ARR, the story is amazing, and even Endwalker, chef's kiss. But yeah, you have to be able to get through ARR. What data center are you playing on? Locker he opened is the locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. Aether Sagittarius. I'm not on Aether. I would offer to help. I love playing the game, and I've got still a bunch of classes to level, so it would be an opportunity to help you get through ARR. I am on Primal. Ultros. Sargatanus. I think I might have a character. Cross data center may come soon. They're saying 6.18, I believe, is when they're estimating that will happen. What's this about fingerprints? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? The face of the man who attacked you with the knife? Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter? The latter. But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? But yeah, we don't have a time estimate, I don't think. Not an official one, anyway, on when that content is hitting. Oh, yes, sir. But I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my badge on it. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must put a label on... must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins? Yeah. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claimed that the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you were positive it is him. About these lockers. Is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I tried it myself. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he tried. If the man who opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. One of my staff messaged me just now. This is not my first time playing through Ace Attorney. I played through it... 3-4 years ago? I still remember quite a bit of it, because my mind's pretty good for storyline and puzzles. But there are certain points where I'm just like, I have no idea how to get through this very easily. Let me just double check something. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I love these games. They're really well done. Cool. So I think they approved their time card. I think we're all good. Exactly my point, sir. And this too. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know. The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. Are you sure, sir? However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir? If I may say something, sir? Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? Yes, there's a problem. There's got to be a problem because it's the only contradiction we can find. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose that we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Felix? No? Not gonna touch that one? Okay. Edgeworth just asked Phoenix to point out the contradiction, and Phoenix's mental response was, he would want me to point it out. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. God damn it, Felix, is that all you have to say? Watching an idiot get owned by birds, okay? You could be watching that happen in this game too. No, that's fair. Is it magpies? I hope it's magpies. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. Pigeons? I hate pigeons. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of. I have to point out the problem. point out a problem in the... I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. This is why people wanted Wright to cut his finger so he can't point. Whoa, the static scared me for a second there. Oh, hey, look, that light is on. I'm not cheating if I've played through these games before and just happen to remember them, especially after it's been 4 years. I'm pretty sure it was 4. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir? Do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprints. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. Problem with Meekins is I try to speak too fast for my own brain. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind a little earlier. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Oh, Meekins. Order. Order. What is the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. How long do you think you'll have the Blue Badger themes in your nightmares the next few days? I think I will use it as a lullaby. Funny that you should ask that. I actually work, volunteer in haunted houses for fun. So it takes a bit to bother me. Especially with repetitive audio. Now the dance is going to haunt me because I'm never going to forget it. When the door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have been broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh, well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? My voice is going out, Your Honor. Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like it jammed the system sensors? Something jammed the sensor. Say, there's something else that seems to be out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well. Let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. It's the, there it is. Take that! Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh my god. Do we really have to watch this every single time from the start whenever I point out the contradiction? There's the glove. I forgot about that. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my car door, sir. We can't be sure that the item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say? Between the sensor and the door? It inserted? That could be it. That could be it. Gee. Oh, hello, metal detector. Hello, fishing pole. Hello, blue badger. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. But, sir, by insulator, you must mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? There it is. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, that would appear so, sir. Gets his hands stuck around his lanyard, which is also attached to the cuffs, which... Oh, gets his hands stuck to the cuffs, which is attached to the lanyard, and chokes himself. That would be a not pretty way to go. Order, order, order! So are we to believe, then, that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in this video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir.
Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke? Very well. Begin your testimony.
There's one other thing that proves that the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Welcome in, Power of Positivity. Power of Positivity. Your name seems familiar. Welcome in.
Yes, Platinum Raid. How are you doing tonight? An ID card record, I see. Oh, my eye. Zzz. Both of them, actually. Yeah, tonight's actually moving pretty fast. I guess that makes sense. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases.
Special cases?
Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. Because he's a spiky-haired bastard.
There were only a few cases for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Now, let us move on to the cross-examination.
Oh, I'm glad I'm playing something else tomorrow. My voice is not going to take 3 days in a row of this. So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you?
Yes, sir.
Solid as a stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even given the V for victory sign, sir. Couldn't he just use his right hand for that?
Let's just hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second.
Is that card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it there so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck in when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time is my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both police department and prosecutor's office can attest to this.
Please proceed with your testimony.
Let it be noted that this is the record of the. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to.
Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here.
So it is, Your Honor.
It wouldn't have been Mia's case, now that I think about it, because it was involving...
People need to stop gossiping. I was busy in thought.
It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. Yep. Murderer of Edgeworth's no-lose streak. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir? He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked? Everything stems from contradictions, let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. Huh. This is the only piece of evidence that makes sense in this context. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe that something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order. So, now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. But, bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument.
At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. The victim in this video is a fake. Then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is, well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, at the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Nah. Well, shit, guys. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? We object. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. And he's out cold. And yes. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor?
If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any further witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness.
Oh, whom do you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The
prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
That's fair, actually.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify. What is his or her name?
Jake Marshall. He thinks he's a cowboy. Why are so many of the characters just so eccentric in this game? And how did they manage to do that? Every character actually feels unique. Why him? Can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. Gotta live your life in a court case so you could, gotta live your life if a court case could be solved in only 3 days. That's true. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Gotta sleep. Alright, have a good night and get plenty of sleep. Hope you get plenty of rest. Have a great stream and congrats on the Trevor Project fundraising this month. Thank you. It's been quite a trip. Have a good night. Okay. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Whee! February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. God damn it, Gumshoe. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around all around while on duty. And top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier faces, happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey. I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But, Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? SL9 incident files received from Lana Sky. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma,
But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name is here? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as... the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark... No, Lana! That's over with, no! Emma, wait. She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal. I'm out of here.
Damn it, Gumshoe.
Jake Marshall and Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth, not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you might just be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
I'd better take a good look at this file.
Save your progress up to this point? Yeah, sure.
Okay, I think we have enough time to get through this section of the trial.
The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization.
Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear it howling out in the wind. You can hear the howling wind calling it out.
To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct?
According to the papers, partner. What do you mean?
A desperado's soul is boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up.
Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please, share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English.
My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. I can speak, no I can't. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon the time when it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail.
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Okay, whatever you say, Twisted. Yeah. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well,
What about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Thank you, Judge. How exactly do you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who entered the recordings. For the hydrate there. It's out of water. I am out of water. Get that refilled. And we finish off that. Didn't really get a good chug out of that one, so. There we go. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Good question. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in my day, the locker was a goldmine of evidence. And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner. I ain't that good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches could beat that parlor's vongole sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want to raise this year?" Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep it cool. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante. I think it's this point and we use his fingerprints. Nope. And just to avoid the cutscene. There we go. That's the one. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, I make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural that my fingerprints will be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away, however, the luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints, found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural my fingerprints be in the evidence room. One of them just happened to be in the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it. Who said anything about the murderer wearing gloves? Although there's room for doubt. Laugh wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happened to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That locker I used when I was a detective, the locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's program. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue it's just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's gotta do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Homophones, isn't it? Isn't it? Homonyms, homophones, and homographs? Homograms? Graphs. Welcome in, purple-shirted ice stabber. That's an oddly appropriate name for this game. How are you doing tonight? Just got a whiff of something. Doing great? That's good to hear. But yeah, shouldn't Phoenix be saying homophones? Because it's two words that sounded the same. They weren't...
Alright, everyone not dead.
John! Welcome in. Can I get a shout out for John, please? What were you doing tonight, buddy? How was stream? What were you up to tonight? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right, it was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean... It's good. Got further in Elden Ring? Nice. God, I love that game. I actually kind of want to get back to playing it, but I'm gonna... probably use it as a incentive to myself to get through Dark Souls 2. The murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. As long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculation, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you could show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Yeah, what boss did you recently beat in Elden Ring, John? Haven't been able to check your progress in the game lately. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. Little closer. Damn it. Currently exploring the mountaintops of the Giants. Ooh, there's some cool stuff in that area. You're getting pretty close to the end then. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll not soon forget, Officer Marshall. It has the blue badger, complete with theme and dance. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? You fucked up. Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. He did it. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out? That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth is gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened the locker when the camera was turned away. Gotcha! Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Oh, Edgeworth is so pissed at him now. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? Well, this guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it. Okay. Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detective the lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. Truly hard boss indeed. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There's even some people in the force that don't even know about the fingerprint locks. Ugh. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No. That was a pretty cool animation, actually. Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst one it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Ole. Please, Ole? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Please answer the question. Ole. That's what he's saying. Okay. What is he now? A bullfighter? That's right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Officer Marshall was standing right there. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled out a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. Now do you see Edgeworth? Oh, it is about time to call it. Let's get through this little train of thought and then save and quit. While I'm getting through this, remember, we are just 2 more streams away from finishing up the charity campaign for the Trevor Project. We are $65, just $65 away from $1,000 total raised on this stream. And if we hit that, I have to play through Dark Souls 2 again. And go for the harder ending. And who doesn't want to see that? Well, I don't want to see that, but it's for a good cause. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? You still deny it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence beyond the shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall, no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof Officer Marshall was in disguise. Rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that the white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker and put away the white cloth. Please show us why he had to open his locker. Oh, this is the part that I don't remember. Oh, did he get splattered? For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know what to what end yet. Yet? Alright. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When he asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago. If you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now. Now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. It seems the time has come. And that's where we'll save it. Okay, I think we're almost done with this trial. I think we got like one more day, maybe? There we are. So what do you guys think of the game? I know Salix is a fan. I'm a fan, but it's a wild ride, honestly. Brutal on my voice, but it's a wild ride. Let's see if I got this figured out again, finally. You think it's amazing? I'm glad you're liking it, John. It's a really good game, honestly. Cool! I finally figured out why I was getting audio to play back on accident. Which means I should have fixed all the other issues I was having. Excellent. All right. We could raid Shumai, who's playing Genshin Impact. We could play Just Natalie, who's playing Elden Ring. We could play raid Alt J, who is doing just chatting. I'm not sure what's going on that right now. A1 Twins is playing Smash Bros. There was one person I was thinking I wanted to raid, but I don't think they're on tonight. I think they finished earlier than me, which they didn't used to. So, interesting. Aw, I'm sorry, Scott. Didn't mean to. But yeah, I don't know. Salix. A woman can dream. Yeah, sure. But don't lie to others. Okay, so yeah, we got A1 Twins. It looks like it's David playing Smash Bros. I don't know what Jay is doing. Natalie's doing Elden Ring. And Shumai is currently in Genshin Impact. What sounds good to everyone? I need help. Help figuring out what we should be doing right now. Oh, you know, it looks like Jay might be raiding out soon, actually. Denny's? I'd be down, but... Is there even one nearby that's open? Oh, yeah, you got the 19. It shouldn't even be out. All right. I think we'll go with Shumai. Because I support the other two streamers pretty frequently, just with my own viewership. So, I'm going to want to mute my own stream, just so I don't hear the music twice. Raid, call me Shumai. All right, guys. I am going to be sending you over to... Oh. Call me Shumai. PNG tuber, very wonderful individual. We cause all kinds of chaos in Saito's stream, and somehow Saito still puts up with us. But
I say we go over there and show some love. If you aren't already, be sure to give them a follow, chat a bit, and see how they're doing. They deserve the support. Also, they're fantastic artists. They've drawn their own avatar. So, tomorrow we'll be playing Transistor, just to give my voice a break between 2 days of Phoenix Wright. And I don't know, might be finishing it. I remember the game being longer than Bastion, but less. I went through and 100% of the game, I think, when I first played it, because I really did pick it up when I was still doing that. Yeah. $65 till hitting that goal. Almost there. God, this month's been crazy. This month's been really crazy. So, I'll catch you guys tomorrow, 7 p.m. Pacific, for Transistor. And yeah, thanks for joining me tonight, everyone. You've been wonderful. That's not the right one. That's not the right one. That's the right one. I swear I know what I'm doing. No, I don't. So, have a good night, everyone. Be excellent to each other.